Okay.
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 Salamat
Salamat
siya.
siyang.
Salamat
Salamat
siya.
siyang.
Okay.
Okay.
I
I
hope you
hope you
guys
guys
enjoyed
enjoyed
the
the
lunch
lunch
earlier.
earlier.
Wait.
Wait.
Hello. So for our session this afternoon, it is my honor to introduce to you to our next speaker who will be talking about digital agriculture in rice production, research, and extension. So our next speaker has more than 10 years of accumulated experience in project management, which includes proposal and work plan development, resource mobilization, project implementation and
Implementation and
reporting,
reporting.
design,
Design.
development and
Development and
deployment of
deployment of
digital agriculture tools for farmers and extension service providers, partnerships and capacity building, crop research, and crop production. His expertise comes off from combined mastery of technical research, product development, and operational management. Currently, he is serving as the manager for digital agriculture at the International Rice Research Institute, and at the same time, he is also the program manager of CGIR Research Initiative on Digital Innovation. So let us all welcome Mr. Benedict Hardinero.
Hello. Thank you, Johan. Okay, good afternoon, everyone. I hope you all had a good lunch. And usually, when we have workshops, like in the Philippines, in the afternoon, we call it uh, how do you call it? Like, it's chesta time. It's nice. It's good to sleep after you eat lunch. But I hope no one sleeps at this point. uh, and I hope I can give some information, some knowledge that will be useful for you. And if you have some questions later on, we have the Q&A after my presentation. Okay? Okay, so the outline of my presentation is just these three key items, key topics. The first one is about digital agriculture in general and in the rice value chain. Also, I'm going to talk a bit more about IRIS work on digital agriculture. And lastly, I'm taking this opportunity to introduce everyone on the work that we are doing, the research initiative on digital innovation at the CGIAR level. Okay, so first is about digital agriculture in general and also in the rice value chain. When we talk about digital agriculture, this is not only about developing tools. This is not only about developing applications, developing mobile advisory services or applications that can be downloaded through Google's Play Store. There's a number of things to consider, and these are some of the, or this is the 9 key principles for digital development, and this is applicable not only in agriculture. It's applicable for all the sector wherein we do digital. Okay, the first one is designing with the user. So when we develop tools, when we develop digital technologies, we do not develop it like a top-down approach. We always try to incorporate how the users would interact, how the users would respond to the tool, how the users would actually use the tool. Right? So there's a number of steps there. Like we do user testing, usability testing, even before we deploy, we do the user acceptance testing just to make sure that this is user-centered and this will be used by the targeted users. The second one is understanding the existing ecosystem. You know, the issue with the advent of digital agriculture, even digital development, is that there's a lot of tools that are all doing similar things because there's a number of innovators who forget to do this, to look at what is the existing landscape, the existing ecosystem. Working in silos, looking at just, I have an idea, I'll do it. But not realizing early on that there's already an existing tool. Why not just collaborate or improve it, right? So not start from scratch. Design for scale. It's not about developing tools, but making sure that these tools are going to be used by the targeted users and also by more users, not only the one who will be involved in pilot testing. Let's say you have a digital tool, you should be thinking about, let's say it's an digital agriculture tool, you want it to be used by millions of farmers, for example, or hundreds of thousands of farmers. Not only the farmer cooperators who will be involved in the pilot testing, right? So, and aside from designing for scale, it has to be designed or built for sustainability. Meaning when we talk about sustainability, we talk about institutionalization, we talk about funding, we talk about, we consider support from different stakeholders. And also, it should be data-driven. At IRI, what we do is we make sure that it's not only data-driven, but also science-based, right? The results of the research are incorporated in the tools that we develop. If there are some changes, if there are some updates, it's also coming from the data that has been collected through time. I think Dr. Don Casimiro mentioned earlier about the idea of data mining, why is it important? Anyway, the capacity of the tools would rely much on the data that it builds upon. And then there's now a lot of open source tools, open data, open information, because we want that the tools are not really something that we sell or something that we will not be accessible to many stakeholders. That's why we want it to be more open source, using open data, open information. Usually when we develop those, we put it in GitHub. I'm not sure if you're familiar with GitHub, but it's like an open library wherein the developers or the innovators can just put their codes there, their source codes, so that it becomes more open to anyone who would like to collaborate. Also, reuse and improve. Probably you might think of a tool in the past 5 years that might still be very relevant now, but it needs to be improved. So instead of starting from scratch, why not just reuse those existing tools and improve it instead of forgetting about it and just doing new things, right? Another issue is, another principle is addressing privacy and security. I'm not sure if it's the same case in Indonesia. In the Philippines, we have the issue of scam, spams, and this is happening because there are those who provide or collect information who does not provide security to the data subjects. So data are being collected, but data are also being leaked, and a lot of issues comes afterward, right? So right now, when you talk about digital, you have to consider that it's about data, and the data is not owned by the one who collected it, but the one whom it was collected from. So we have to protect the data privacy, the data security of the data owners. And then lastly, be collaborative. And I'm happy to see that a number of universities here come together for this training, and we hope that this is just the start. Later on, you will have some collaborative projects, some collaborative work, because it's the same with digital development. It's much easier, it's much more exciting when you work with different organizations, with different institutions, instead of just doing it alone in your own organization. Okay, so these are some of the principles of for digital development, and I started this before I even talk about the digital tools, so that this becomes the guiding principles as we go through the lecture. Okay, another question: why are we doing digital? Why is agriculture 4.0 very relevant now? Why in agriculture we are involving digital tools? Why we are doing that? If you look at this graph, the different lines here are different technologies, different innovations like improved water, electricity, even secondary education, sanitation, mobile phone, internet, and broadband. If you see here, in the past 3 decades, the increase or the growth of the use of other technologies is relatively slow. It could have started higher, like some are already like improved water and electricity are already at 60 to 70%, and gradually after 3 decades more than two decades, it gradually jumped to around 80% of the population. But if you look at mobile phone, the increase is more rapid. From 1990s, started from zero, in less than 3 decades, it's already more than 80%. So meaning there's the opportunity there to utilize, to leverage on these types of technology. So it's mobile phone. We also have internet. We also have, right now, it's not part of here, but cloud-based resources, cloud-based technologies. So there is this rapid increase in growth. So there's also this opportunity to leverage these types of technologies in agriculture, right? So that's why we are talking about digital agriculture now. And when we talk about the use of ICT, the use of digital tools, there's a lot of options It's not only your cell phones, it's not only your laptops or computers. Even the telephone or the calls, we have the IVRs. These are very, very powerful tools, part of the digital technologies. Of course, I mentioned computers and websites or the internet, even the broadcasting, whether it's radio, it's TV, and some satellite information, satellite technologies can do remote sensing, can do a lot of even weather information, weather advisories. So a lot of options here when we talk about digital tools. And it might not be very visible, but digital tools for rice farming or for farming. Of course, we can use mobile apps. We have farm management softwares. There's a lot already across the globe. Weather forecasting tools. So Erie has one, like We Rise. I will be talking more about it. Or tomorrow, you'll have a hands-on. And then there are other things like even SMS or sending information through text. So you see, there's a reason why we are incorporating digital work in agriculture, and there's also a lot of options to leverage from. One example is drone. You see, drone is just one device, one equipment. But if you look at the capabilities of using drone, what can we do with drone? There's a number of things we can choose from, like crop health monitoring. It can be done using drone imaging. Spraying and application of other inputs. Drone can also do that. Mapping, planning, even up to data analysis, like collecting data, even the images that it collects, it can be analyzed. So there's a number of things to do or that can be done using just one device or one equipment. Right? So that's how powerful these things are. But of course, there are some things to consider as well. Like drones, it's considered an aircraft. So there's a lot of regulations around it. So these are things when you use these types of equipment in agriculture, you also have to consider other regulations, other law that covers it. So I was talking about drone, one technology. Excuse me. Another thing is there are some interconnected technologies that can be used together. Like for example, I hear Internet of Things earlier, right, from the previous presentation. Internet of Things uses sensor. And it's important for to have connections or interconnections among these sensors, which we call the Internet of Things, for us to be able to do a number of work, like precision agriculture, soil monitoring, crop monitoring, even up to data analysis. So meaning there are technologies that can be used alone, but there are also technologies that you have to link together so that you can make sense of its results or if its outputs. And I talk in the section or in the outline that we look at the value chain. When you look at the value chain, you can see opportunities to use digital technologies. First in the value chain, probably different references, you might be looking at different components, but for this reference, what I'm talking about value chain is the planning, inputs, the actual on-farm production, the post-harvest, and the access to markets. And there's a number of things here like data collection, transactions, the information exchange, and even risk management. And all these things here, you might be thinking of some applications of digital agriculture or the digital technologies wherein these things can become easier, it could become accessible. Like for example, for planning or for planning farm inputs, there's a number of advisories that can already be utilized. So farmers can properly plan, properly access inputs, or even know when to buy or where to buy these different inputs that are needed in the farm. So that's how you can think of applying digital technologies in the whole value chain. So the thing here is you don't use digital technology only in one component, but it can be applied in different components across the value chain. And even in rice production, we should always be thinking about value chain. And here are some of the advantages of digital technologies for rice-based agri-food systems. I will not go through each one. I think the material will also be provided, but these are some of the main advantages. So you can think about how to properly or how to efficiently utilize resources that are very limited. Say we are talking about water, fertilizers. So with the use of digital technologies, uh, which I will introduce some later on, it can help farmers efficiently utilize these very limited resources. Uh, could automation and precision, of course, if you use drone, it's more automated, and when you calibrate it properly, you can do very precise, let's say, application of inputs. Okay, so again, I will not go through each, but these are some that you can think about that why we are using it in rice. There's disadvantages. So now I'm going to go through or introduce to you, probably some of you already know some of these things, like what are the different digital agriculture tools, or what is ERI working on uh, in terms of digital agriculture. So I'm going back to the value chain. So we have the planning inputs up to the markets. And these are some of the things that we are working on, some of the research works. So here you can see the use of satellite for remote sensing. So there is the PRISM, or Philippine Rice Information System. Automon, a sensor-based technology. So sensors and Internet of Things. And then drones. This type of drone is used for imaging, for phenotyping. Some drones can be used for spraying, but it's the bigger ones. And then, if you're familiar with Uber or Grab, it's like accessing or linking the client to a service provider. It can also be done in rice. So we have the tool we call Easy Harvest. So for Easy Harvest, it's like linking the farmer to the provider of the, let's say, the tractor or the combine harvester. And then for advisories, we have a number of tools like the Prime. It's about diseases and pests. This is Rice Crop Manager in the Philippines, and also We Rice. So we have a version in Indonesia. So LKP for the Rice Crop Manager, and We Rice also, there's one in Indonesia. And the idea is, with the use of these different technologies, we can provide advisories, real-time information to the targeted stakeholder or beneficiary, which are the farmers. Okay? And the idea by providing them with this information, with this advisory, is not only to provide them information, but also to help them increase their incomes and yield. Okay, so I'll go through some of the tools. So the first one is under the remote sensing and mapping. This one is a combination of remote sensing and insurance or crop insurance. So it was done in Cambodia and Vietnam a few years ago. The idea is you have these types of images, and you make sense of it, and you see which of these areas will have issues in terms of their production. Which of these areas will be affected by disasters. And you know, when we talk about crop insurance, it's not for everyone. Crop insurance is like for locations, for fields that are affected by environmental issues or some disasters like drought or typhoon. So with the use of remote sensing, planning can already be easier and faster, and also targeting who should be the beneficiaries, like who should be receiving the indemnity claims. So it it helps in handling the insurance claims, right? So remote sensing and insurance. So it has been, again, it has been done in 2 countries in Southeast Asia. And there's a number of projects already going on, but right now it's in Africa, it's in Senegal and in Egypt. So these are the types of work that can be done with the use of remote sensing and mapping. By the way, there's a link here. So when you receive this material, if you're interested to know more about it, you can go through the link and you'll be directed to the ERI web page wherein it talks more about the technology. Okay? Sounds good? All right, so the next is also using remote sensing and mapping. It's very specific to the Philippines because it was a project in the past, I think the past 5 years or more than 5 years. We developed a way to have a centralized system to capture information about what's going on every season within the country. How much hectareage or hectares are planted with rice and when, and even predicting or forecasting the yields that can be gained from it using crop modeling or crop modelers together with the remotely sensed information. So you might be seeing some greens here. The the greens in the map are the rice areas across the different islands. And it's a specific season or semester. Like for example, this is second semester of 2020. So meaning during this semester, these are the areas planted with rice. And the information here is very specific to rice as well. And then if you look at this other map, you can see different colors. So this is the start of the season, meaning the when. The one is how much area. The other one is how much area were planted when, what months. So that's very useful for planning, for even for the decision makers at the Department of Agriculture. And it becomes faster in terms of having these types of information through the use of remote sensing and mapping through satellite imagery. Even in the issues for how much yield can be obtained within the season, it can also do that through the system. Okay, another product or another technology under the using remote sensing and mapping is for pest. So for pest, it's more on surveillance, database on pest surveillance, and it's being put in maps. So it's easier for people to, especially those who are in extension, to identify locations where there will be issues for a specific pest. And this information can be turned into advisories that can be sent out to farmers. So the idea is making maps about where the risks are and making it faster so that within the season, things can be done, like this can be addressed more quickly. Because imagine if you are just collecting information without the use of these types of technologies. Let's say you are just surveying or going through areas which might take a long time. Probably the solutions that you would think about or come up with will already be too late because either the season has already been finished, the crops has been harvested already, or the damage has already been too much already for the crops to survive. So with the use of these technologies, you make it faster for decision makers and extension to do something about the issues. Okay. Another thing, I think I mentioned earlier, drone technologies for rice. So in the Erie headquarters, what we are doing now is we are applying fertilizers and pesticides using drones. In the headquarters, the seed production area or the crop production area, it's safer for applicators because it's already the machine or the drone flying across the field applying the pesticides. It's quicker for the operation as well. Like for a hectare, you can do it in less than 15 or 20 minutes. It's already finished, right? Imagine if it's a person applying the fertilizer or the pesticide, it could take 2 hours or more to finish 1 hectare of area. So it's more efficient. And at the same time, we're talking about pesticide. It's safer for the farmer. The farmer doesn't have to use the knapsack sprayer, exposing him or herself to different chemicals because it's already the drone doing it. And the idea here is this can also be used for spreading seeds. Like right now, we are trying to promote the efficient use of resources like water. So if you compare transplanting and direct seeding can use less water within the season compared to transplanting. But when you do manual seeding, the way the seeds are spread could be very variable. You can see there's too much seeds spread over this part, and then the other part of the field, very thin. But with the use of drones, it can, using some algorithm, you can already spread evenly the seeds. Even if it's 15 or 20 kilograms per hectare, it can handle or it can manage proper spreading of seeds across the whole area. Okay, so imagine how easy, how useful that is. And at the same time, it's very quick. Again, it's less than 20 minutes to finish 1 hectare of rice area. And in addition, so this is the drone for these types of operations like pesticide, fertilizer, spreading, spraying, seeding. And the other type of drone that I have shown earlier is more for crop monitoring, phenotyping. So I think we also have a topic on the third day. So we'll talk more about this. I'm just introducing these things, but we'll have more discussions about specific tools. Okay, sensors and Internet of Things. So sensors, again, if you look at this image here, there's a number of, these are sensors scattered across different locations within the field or within the irrigation turnout. Because Automon is like automatic monitoring of water level. So Automon came from automatic monitoring. It's like the use of for AWD, the use of observation well and putting sensors in that observation well. So these sensors not only automatically monitors the level of water, also sends out information to the centralized system which the decision makers have access to. Let's say there's a number of sensors across different irrigation turnout, and it will send out information to the irrigation agency telling, okay, there's not much water, or in the next 2 days or 3 days, you already have to irrigate these areas because the water is no longer enough. Okay, so that system, using sensors and connecting it to another system, which we call the Internet of Things, it can help decision maker make better decisions efficiently. Okay, web-based advisory service. So one of the tools that IRI developed is WeRise. WeRise is using weather information, crop information, and modeling tools to make not really decisions, but to make advisories for farmers who are going to make decisions about when they should plant the rice and when they should apply the fertilizers. Oops. And the power of it is that it utilizes the weather forecast to provide information to farmers that this is the best time to plant because there will be enough water for your crop within this period. If you plant earlier or if you plant later, you might have lower yields because the water might not be enough or too much. Okay, tomorrow we'll be talking more about this. So I hope you can also have an hands-on activity tomorrow. Sorry about that. Okay, so again, tomorrow we'll talk more about this, but the idea is you have weather information, you have crop information, and you use some modeling tools. You make sense of this information and make it an advisory for farmers. WIRICE especially works very well or very, very relevant in locations where there is not much water, like rain-fed areas or unfavorable irrigated areas. But also it can be used for irrigated lowland rice. Another tool which is also available in Indonesia is Rice Crop Manager, or for Indonesia, it's Layanan Konsultasi Padi. So, Rice Crop Manager is also a tool for farmer. It's an advisory service. It provides advisory service, providing information about how to properly manage fertilizers. And it's available in different countries similar to WIRICE. I added something here because in the Philippines, aside from providing recommendations to the farmers about fertilizer management, we also incorporated the idea of georeferencing or mapping of rice areas using very simple device. And you can come up with these types of maps, rice areas at the field level. And we do that using a number of steps, like there's a farmer who, an intermediary or a users or an operator who registers, create an account, and then that user will also interview the farmer, create a profile of the farmer and the farm lot, and the field or the farm lot will be measured using the GPS receiver, and the output of that is the polygons or the shape files of the rice area. And then this information can already be useful for decision makers, like having a map of rice areas within certain locations. And then there's also the seasonal interview, which is the time that seasonal or season-specific recommendations can be provided to the farmers, like how to properly manage your fertilizer, what to apply, how much to apply, and when to apply those fertilizers, and some other relevant crop management advice. And the good thing about these types of technologies also, it collects data, and the data that is collected on a seasonal basis can be used for more analysis, something that you can also make sense of. And for Rice Crop Manager, we'll be talking more about that on the third day, if I'm not mistaken. I think it's on the third day. So we'll talk more about Layanan Konsultasi Padi. Also another tool, though this is a smartphone-based app, this is Rice Doctor. Are you familiar with Rice Doctor? Not yet. Probably we'll include some more discussion on Rice Doctor because it's a standalone app. It's something that you can use even right now. You just have to download it. It's very useful for farmers and even extension workers in identifying problems in the field. Let's say you see some part of the field, it's already yellowing or some color aside from green, and you use this app to identify what is the problem. Is it a pest? Is it a disease? Is it an insect pest? Or is it a nutrient deficiency? So there's a number of questions. You'll just have to provide the answer based on your observation, and then it will help you identify what is that, what is the issue in the field, and it will have some recommendations. Okay, this is the issue, so this is how you will address it. If it's nutrient deficiency, then it will say, okay, you have to apply this type of fertilizer to address the deficiency. If it's a pest problem, then apply this type of control. Okay, so it's very useful. You can download it, or if you want to read more, you can search it, and you can download it via Google Play Store. I'm not sure if there's a Bahasa version already, but the English version is also very, so not yet in Bahasa, but the English version is already very useful. I think this is the last of my slide. Oh no, I still have another one for the applications. This is another tool, another app we call Seedcast app. Unfortunately, this is only available right now in India. But the idea of Seedcast application is connecting or making the seed systems better or more accessible in terms of connecting the farmers and the seed producers. Like having a very good database of what are the available seed or varieties that the farmers can access in the location, or even asking farmers what do they want, what are the varieties that are demanded or in demand by farmers, and then the seed producers can have an idea what to grow or how much to grow, right? So the idea is it becomes easier for the seed systems to connect the demand and the supply. And lastly, I think I've talked already about this, Easy Harvest. So it's like service scheduling app. So it's asking, or like I'm a farmer, my field is going to be harvested in the next few weeks. I have to look for a combine harvester. Or it could be, I'm a service provider. I have this number of tractors or combine harvester within my fleet. Then I would like to provide service in different communities with demand. So I can use this app so I can be connected with the farmers. Okay, so it's like Uber or it's like Grab. It's like you want to travel, you need a car, then you just use that app. It's somewhat similar. So you know, it's very easy now to get access to different types of information through the use of digital agriculture tools. Okay, so again, going back to this slide, which is the value chain approach. So you have to also consider how this can be useful in the whole rice value chain, or the rice-based value chain. So what are the different tools? And the question again, another question is, what else can be done, right? So this is not complete list. There's probably a lot more opportunities for research, for development, and we can go back to the value chain to identify these things and make more useful tools. Okay, so that's it for the work of ERI on digital agriculture. Let me quickly check the time. Okay, I still have time. I would like to quickly introduce to you what we are doing at the CG level or the CGIAR level in terms of digital innovation. So this is a very brief presentation about research initiative on digital innovation of the CGIAR. So I've been talking about digital tools. And there's already a lot of publications, a lot of research, a lot of studies about the use of digital tools. And the question now, why do we still have to research on digital innovation? There are some findings through different research, like talking about, okay, you have the tools, but does it have an impact? Or was it just a pilot testing, right? Because if you search the internet, there's already a lot of tools. But the question now is, have it affected the lives of the farmers? Have it really contributed to the increase in the betterment of the livelihood of the farmers, and at the same time, increase in yields or productivity? And there's a number of findings, like the impact is highly uneven in some locations. There are measured impacts in others. There's none or very little. There are sometimes, or most of the times, disconnect between the pilot testing and the scaling. Most of the tools are just being pilot tested without considering the scale. It ends when the project ends, right? So no more scaling up, no more reaching more farmers. Even the governance of data, like who owns the data, who govern the use of the data, how the data is being used. I think there was a question earlier about data, like lack of data. Probably it's not really lack of data, but it's understanding where to find the data, who can share the data, what is the governing policies, or the policies that govern the sharing of the data, making sure that it's protected, making sure that it's used properly. So these things, because different organizations, I'm happy to see BM Kage, so they have the weather data, and the question is, for the agriculture researchers, do you need to have your own weather data, or you just communicate with the agency handling these types of data? Probably it's just collaboration between the two, right? So, but since there's that sharing of data, there has to be a governance. There has to be policies governing how this data can be exchanged or can be utilized. And there's a lot more things about even the user-centric or user-centeredness. Let's say I'm an innovator. I just developed a tool because I thought about it without considering how the users will use it, or how the users will interact or respond to it. So the issue now is not only developing the tool, but also developing it together with the users. So there's a number of findings like this. That's why it's very important, it still remains relevant, why we have to do research on digital innovation. And these are some of the things that we are looking at. So I'm going directly to the challenge areas. So there are 3 key challenge areas that we are trying to address. The first one is the digital divide. When we talk about digital divide, usually, especially here in Asia, those who are underserved are usually the rural women and youth. So we see that there's a number of technologies, but there's also a number of people within the society who has no access to these types of technologies, to these types of information. And I'm talking about information, but are this information real-time information? Are you using information for decision making that was collected yesterday, or something that was collected last year? So is it still relevant up to this point? Something like that. So the idea with having access to information is not only access, but making sure that it's enough, it's not inadequate, and at the same time, it's real time. It's something very relevant. Like an information of 5 years ago is very different from the information you gathered this year. Okay, so that's also a very important challenge area to be addressed. Another thing is limited capabilities. The idea with having these new technologies, new tools, are people capable of handling them? I think the question goes back to the question of Ma'am Donna earlier is, are we ready? So that's why we are doing these types of capacity development, because we are trying to address the issue of limited capabilities. Okay, so the initiative is operating in 3 structures. So we are looking at Digital Collab, which is about enabling environment and the platforms and the services. There's also the digital twin. Digital twin is like uh, using different types of sensors, different types of technologies, and creating a twin of that environment, which is digital. So you can play around it, you can do some modeling without affecting the actual environment. So it's enabled by using modeling tools and real-time monitoring. So that's another flagship under this initiative. And the other one is inclusion framework. So again, we are talking about it, trying to address digital divide. So we are looking at digital inclusion. And when we talk about digital inclusion, it's mostly the women and the youth. So I'm going back to it again. So trying to address the digital divide. And there's a number of outcomes and targets within this initiative to address the different challenges. Okay, just to go through quickly. So this is Digital Collab. So there's a number of studies. Actually, by the way, this is a research initiative. So this is more research work instead of developing new tools. More on research on digital innovation. So looking at different case studies, considering different things like data sharing, data use, ownership, data science and artificial intelligence, all these things. And also the other one is like creating business models around the tools, sharing of knowledge or south to south knowledge sharing. So this is the first flagship. The other one is the digital twin. I was talking earlier about this is the physical world. This is like the actual ecosystem, the actual environment. And through the use of different sensors, through the use of different monitoring tool, you collect the data and you create the digital twin. And with this digital twin, you can play around using different modeling tools, tweak one aspect of the ecosystem, and then see what will happen. So that you are developing new insights without affecting the actual ecosystem. Okay, and then this is the last flagship, which is we're trying to develop different inclusion indices. So we're looking at different capacity development activities, making sure that it's inclusive, making sure that people are not left behind. Like even, I think this one was done last year here in Indonesia. Mostly women participants and youth. So it's more of the rural women, training them about different new technologies that can help them create livelihoods. Okay, so these are some of the things that we are working on and some of the results. I will not go through each. Once we share the material, you can learn more about it. But the idea is we are continuing the work, we are continuing the research on digital innovation, digital technologies. So we are doing something at IRI, the different digital tools, the different projects at IRI. And at the CGIAR system, we are also doing this research initiative on digital innovation. So the work is continuing. You can expect more things to happen. Actually, here in Indonesia, we have a number of projects, and we'll be talking more about it tomorrow and on the third day. And that's just now. So probably in the next few years, there will be more. Probably it can be an outcome of this partnership. So let's see. We can think of these different things right now so that we can do some more in terms of digital agriculture. Okay, so this is my last slide, and thank you very much. If you have questions, feel free to ask.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Benny. Let's give him a warm round of applause. And now the floor is open for questions. If any one of you has questions for Kuya Benny, Mr. Benedict. Please feel free to ask your questions now. Okay, so we have a question here.
Okay, thank you for the attention. My name's Muhammad Muhtadir Ariel from West Sulawesi University. And all application you have explained can be able to be used in Indonesia.
Yeah, good question. That's very important because at the end of the day, we want to make sure that this technology are available and useful. Some of the tools are already accessible and can be used in Indonesia even up at this point. Like I mentioned, Rice Doctor, the English version, not yet Bahasa. We have the We Rice for a number of districts within Indonesia. We have LKP or Layanan Konsultasi Padi. That's also ready for use in irrigated and rain-fed rice environments in Indonesia. Other tools, I think, still have to be localized or contextualized in Indonesia, but it's ready. We just need to work more on it to make sure that it's applicable to the Indonesia context. But some of these tools are already useful. For the remote sensing, I think not yet. The ones that I shown earlier, like the remote sensing and mapping, like something in the Philippines, the PRISM, or yung RISE, and the use of remote sensing and insurance. It's in other country right now. But in one of the projects, we are trying to integrate the use of remote sensing to enhance the capacity of LKP. So that's one thing we are looking forward to as a result, or we are aiming as a result within the project, so that it will be useful, or the LKP becomes more useful here in Indonesia. Other things, like I think another exciting thing is the Easy Harvest. Unfortunately, it's still in Vietnam. So hopefully in the next few years, we can work more on it in Indonesia.
How about basic data?
Come again?
Basic data for all applications.
What do you mean by basic data?
Like mapping, ready to use, plug and play or what?
It's not really, you cannot really say it's plug and play because we are speaking about local context or about specific conditions. So most of the time, you know, when we do these projects, we do calibrations a few seasons to make sure that it's really applicable to the context of into the environment, the local environment or condition. And we do a number of adjustments if needed to make sure that before it's even shared or the information is being used for more locations, it's going to be operational, or it's going to be working with that specific condition. So the idea of calibration first is very important for these types of tools. But again, as I mentioned, some of these tools are already calibrated here. Like, again, We Rice and LKP, it's calibrated in Indonesia, even in South Sulawesi. So these things can already be used.
Okay, thank you. We have another question for Dr. Fuad.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Benedict and Johnson. Okay, good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for your chance. Okay, Benedict, I want to ask, is my experience, I want to talk, maybe we can share about our experience. In Indonesia, I have a digital sensor. I use some research with the digital sensor, and we know that the digital sensor is depend about the sensor. And you know that the high sensor is the better interpretation than the lower. And then the fact, many farmer have low digital sensor, like the camera. You know that the camera just 5 mpm and we know when if we compare with the hyperspectral, multispectral, it's not fair. So, and we try on to use reset with the conventional camera, and then it's not better result and interpretation. So I want to give, maybe you can give some suggestion to me about what to link about the pharma technology is is the low capacity in the technology with the high your research, because I think that the research use the multispectral and hyperspectral is so expensive. Okay, maybe it's my question. Thank you.
Okay. I did not get some. Sorry. Probably I might be asking some more. But this is about the use of drones, right? So drone cameras.
Some farmer have the low sensor quality. And my research and some of my research have low determination in recreation, both to identify about the nutrition and the others with the low sensor quality. And the research in the paper, many paper use the high technology like multispectral, hyperspectral. So in the farmer Indonesia, many farmer Indonesia have low sensor quality. So why, how to connect, how to link with the high technology with in the researcher with the farmer?
Yeah, actually, with regards to those types of technologies like drone imaging, it depends on what you want to accomplish or what you want to come up with. It should be match with the type of technology that you are going to use, like talking about the types of cameras that you are going to use. Of course, you can utilize some camera which has lower definition, or not really LD, but more lower in terms of resolution, but it can only do so much. You can, if you want to convert it into, let's say, data that you can do a statistical analysis on, it might be very difficult because you might be compromising some of its accuracy or precision. So, different technologies can only do so much, right? So, whatever the technologies available, we have to match it with what it can do, right? Probably we'll have some more discussion about it, and I'm happy that you are going to the headquarters and you'll be able to talk with some of the expert on precision agriculture, both using remote sensing and drone technology. So you can get some more information from them about these very technical details. But again, going back to specific objectives, some of these objectives would really require specific capacities or technologies. So there's that type of limitation at this point. But since some of the technologies are already available, there are some research work you can do, but not to the point that it's similar to the hyperspectral or the multispectral drones. I think it would be good if we include in the program exposure to these experts so that you can also have some very good discussions with them. Thank you for that question.
Okay, another question?
Thank you for me. Time for me. I look course schedule. We learn about We Rise tomorrow.
Tomorrow, yes.
Yes, but I am not fine about Automon. I think Automon very important here because a lot of problem in level in farmer about water management. Maybe you can explain more about Automon in this class. And can we access these tools, or even though we are not from IRI? Thank you.
There are some information that you can you can access, like the material that I shared. You can access more about it. But for this program, we really did not include a lot of technologies that are not yet available here in Indonesia, because it might be too much to introduce to you or talk about a lot of these things in details. But at the end of the training, it's not yet ready here. So I think there's a number of materials that we can share, but the idea right now is that it's still not yet available in Indonesia. So we did not include it in the program at this time.
Also, if I may add to information about the Ottoman, actually, it's currently undergoing application for patent. That's why the link that was presented here, it's not working because we actually cannot promote and actually talk about it outside. But yeah, we just want you to know that it exists and it's currently on the process of applying for patent. So maybe in the near future, once it's all ready, we can also discuss about that more. Thank you.
Yeah.
So other more questions? Okay.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Daniel Yuseng from Hasanuddin University. I've got two questions to Mr. Benedict. First is about the related to WRISE. As we know that in Europe, there are the farmers in Europe can access the service of agriculture by utilizing the remote sensing, especially for sentinel imageries that's available free for all, include to us. My question is the WRISE also doing the similar things, service to the Southeast Asian farmers, utilizing this kind of available data, I mean Sentinel-2 from European satellites? That's the first question. The second one is similar to my college questions before. What kind of basic data that we need to provide or we need to do before we can relate the WRISE to our localities? For example, if we want to incorporate South Sulawesi rice field to the WRISE, what kind of basic data that we need to provide? Should we digitize our rice field first, and then is there any activities that we need to do to calibrate our crops in order to relate it to make it related to work on WRISE application? Thank you.
Hello. Thank you for that question. I think I'll have to let my colleague provide some of the answers to the question. Irish. By the way, she's the one going to talk more about it tomorrow. So we'll have more details tomorrow. But Irish, please.
Hello, Pa. May I have your name again? Raniel. Pa Raniel, thank you. Daniel. Thank you, Daniel. Thank you for that wonderful question. So, you're asking about the data requirements for WRISE. So, WRISE uses weather data. There's also crop data. We also use soil data. And WRISE develops two types of databases. So, we developed the weather database and the crop database. So, for those two databases, we use those data. Tomorrow, I will show you the list, and I can even show you the format or the template that the the kind of data that we collect. As you might have already know, We Rise had some initiatives here in Indonesia, and South Sulawesi was among the project sites. But in the course of the project life of the IRI Japan Collaborative Research Project, we were only able to do so much. There remains some work to be done, especially in the calibration and validation of crops. So the weather module needs to be updated, but it's there. But the crop database needs to, we need to work more on that. And with that, part of this project with the Taiwan Technical Mission or the ICDF and UNHAS, we will have an intern, Pa Fua. He will be coming over at IRI. So we are thankful. I think he might be the key. So we will be able to update the South Sulawesi module for Indonesia. So tomorrow I will be more than willing to show you the kind of data that needed to update the database for South Sulawesi. Thank you.
For the question number one, so that's for the question number two. Yeah, for the question number one, again, I'm going back to the answer I gave to Dr. Fuad. Depends on your objectives. You have to use or you match it with either different specific technology or specific data. For WeRise, currently it's not using remote sense data like the data from Sentinel. Irish mentioned three types of data that WeRise is utilizing right now. Weather data, which is coming from a weather agency. And I'm looking again at BMKG, possibly. They might be the key also to have very usable weather data especially for South Sulawesi. And then crop or agronomic data and soil data, which I believe is something that also researchers in the university are doing, like even those who are involved in breeding and very specific to the variety and to the local condition. So these types of information or data are being used by WeRise to develop the advisory. Possibly in the next few years, if we are going to enhance the capacity or enhance its or expand its objectives, we might be needing some more data, and it might include remote sensing data. But up to this point, those three sets of data are the ones being very, very useful for developing the results of WeRise. Basic map. If it's for WeRise, I think you might not be able to, or it's not needed right now, the map. But for other advisory, it might be helpful. We can talk more about it, what type of map you have, what kind of information is in those maps. Because I think I shared also, like for the rice crop manager in the Philippines, we have also maps of rice fields at the field level. I'm not sure if it's also available here in Indonesia, but it's something that might be useful for having a good profile of farmers and their fields, right?
The reason why I'm asking about the basic map data, because sometimes our students already make some basic maps to do their research. So in order to relate those data to WeRise, maybe we can utilize those data, provided that we have also the soil data and crop data type similar to what we input in the ORISA model. So yeah, that's why I'm asking about that. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Pa Daniel, for that information. I think what you mentioned will be very useful for your mini project, which is we are sort of encouraging everyone to actively participate in making your re-entry plan or small projects. So I think that one provides some idea that you can expound that one when you do the group work. Thank you.
Thank you, Irish. Yeah, we will have more discussion about this project, and I think that's already a good idea, making sense of those data that, or even maps.
Okay. Any more questions from the group? So if you still have questions for Mr. Benedict, you can still approach him. We'll be with you guys until Thursday. So thank you very much, Mr. Benedict, for your discussion. And so this afternoon, Miss Annalyn have specific instructions for you before we head to our break.
Thank you, Johan. So before we let you go for your break, so your break will be starting at 2:45, and then please be back here at exactly 3:30. Okay? During the break, we would like to request everyone to please download the Rice Doctor and the Rice Knowledge Bank application from your Play Store, or if you're using an iPhone, from the App Store. Okay, so these are freely available for download because the internet is a bit slow. So kindly download those applications before you come back this 3:30. Okay, after the break. So we will, yes, Rice Doctor and Rice Knowledge Bank, RKB and RD. That's Rice Doctor and Rice Knowledge Bank. So those are the two applications that we will be discussing when you come back after the break. Okay? Okay? Okay.
Jadi Bapak Ibu silahkan download dua aplikasi di HP-nya, namanya Rice Doctor and Rice Knowledge Bank. Jadi silahkan di-download di HP-nya, kemudian jam 2.45 kita istirahat untuk sholat dan coffee break, kemudian 3.30 kembali di sini untuk melanjutkan materi selanjutnya.
So the password of the Wi-Fi network here is your room number. So you don't need the password actually. When you connect the Swiss Bell Hotel Wi-Fi, you will be asked to key in your room number. Yes, sir. You choose the English version. So just the Rice Doctor. Yep. Because the other Rice Doctor, those are already localized and translated into the local language. So please download just the Rice Doctor application. The same is true for the Rice Knowledge Bank. Okay? Don't download the other versions because those are translated into the local language, but I think we do have an Indonesian version. So you can also download that for your reference. But please download the English version for this exercise, okay? But please, you're freely welcome to download the Indonesian version. Okay? Any more questions? So while we still have time, if you could start downloading, and then at 2:45, you can start already having your break. Then please be back here by 3:30. Okay? We'll start exactly at 3:30. Yes, that's a separate application. That's different from the rest of them. Rice Knowledge Bank. Yes, yes, yes. Knowledge Bank. No, you download both. Those are two applications. It's different. Rice Knowledge Bank is different from Rice Doctor. You type Rice Knowledge Bank. Yes, that one. The English. Mm. Can you type RKB? RKB. Yes, like that. Just remove the Rice Knowledge Bank. No, RKB with the letter B.
addressing information poverty is. So in addition to that, knowledge is a public good. Well, I hope everyone agrees on that. And by putting it at the reach of those who need it the most, so we are breaking barriers to development. So that's also an excerpt from Jose Luis Fernandez, FAO representative to the Philippines. So this is just a simple diagram that shows how the information poverty is being addressed by closing the knowledge gap or the information gap using a bridge, as you can see here, and providing access to information for those who need it the most. So talking about bridging the knowledge gap or the information gap, so specifically for rice productions or for rice farmers, so ERI developed the Rice Knowledge Bank. So it is a digital extension service that provides practical knowledge solutions to farming practices, as well as it also provides best management practices and also new technologies from ERI's pool of knowledge and research. So these informations are made and specialized for extension intermediaries. So at the moment, we have 16 country knowledge bank, and most of it are partner with Asia and 3 from Africa. So as you can see there, that Indonesia is one of our long-term partner in terms of the Rice Knowledge Bank. So you can see here the page or the portal wherein Indonesia Rice Knowledge Bank is being organized together with the content specific for Indonesia, as well as it also provide links to the Indonesia Rice Knowledge Bank, and in partnership with the Indonesia Center for Agricultural Library and Technologies, its dissemination under the IAARD. And this is just a basic analytics of showing users or visitors of Rice Knowledge Bank site. So this data, the data range for this analytics starts from, I think, way back 2008 and up to present, wherein out of 240 countries, Indonesia ranked as the 6th in terms of the number of visitors. Number of visitors and visits. So the question is, how does the RKB bridge the knowledge gap or the information poverty? So basically, we have this technical knowledge from research being translated, being reformatted into a more useful and more easier to understand format. Let's say technical paper or journal or research that is being translated into fact sheets, into books, into a manual, and also can also be translated into video clips and apps, and also e-learning, which is more popular to these days. So basically, the gist here is by making things easier to understand, translating it into more useful and more appealing format through the use of the information and communication technologies. Then we have the extension workers or our intermediaries who works directly with our partners to channel all those information. So they are the one who basically also complete the bridge, to close the gap. Working with extension worker, using the content in the RKB and promoting it or sharing it with our farmers. So as mentioned earlier by Annalyn, so we will be using the RKB later on for our exercise, and the address for that this is accessible at the moment using the internet, a computer or laptop, and the address is knowledgebank.eri.org. So if you're going to access that right now on your browser, you will see this homepage wherein it showcases the three major components: the pre-planting, the growth, and then the post-production. And then we also have some sections on step-by-step productions, agronomy guides, decision tools, and training. So starting with the step-by-step production, this is basically contain topics on the complete process of planting rice, from selecting rice variety to milling and processing. So actually, basically, this shows the complete cycle of rice production. So you have topics here on selecting rice varieties, ensuring the seed quality, and creating crop calendar, doing land preparation, and then yeah. So most of the topics related to the rice production. And at the bottom part of that is we have the basic structure on how our information are presented in our website. As you can see here, the topics on ensuring seed quality contain basic background on about the seed quality, and then it also provides some steps on how to do on how to ensure your seed quality, also providing related videos and references such as manuals and fact sheets. So basically, um, that's how information are presented onto the entire um, site of the Rice Knowledge Bank. So moving along, we also have the agronomy guide section. This contains the PDF manuals that is readily available for download. So you don't need to create an account or to register an account to download the IRIS manuals created throughout the years. Then we also have the sections on decision tools, where most of our applications from IRIS are featured, which relates to rice production. So we have here the rice crop manager, of course the rice doctor. We also have application for weed identification, and also mini application for managing important factors by the growth stages, using the growth stages. So later on, of course, we will going to discuss about Rice Doctor and how to use that. So for the training section, so basically if you need materials that you want to use for training or to guide you for training, then we have this section. So I think mainly we have creating extension materials. We have materials for farmer participatory research, and I think tons of informations formatted in fact sheets. also information on capacity development. Yeah, basically that's the gist on the content of the Rice Knowledge Bank. And before I proceed with our exercise, our mini exercise, so let me ask a questions. So before we proceed, anyone?
Any questions, guys? Questions, clarifications? Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. As we see the content of Rice Doctor here, contains so many information in it. But I think that there are two kinds of information here. The first one is the very unique one or specific one, and the second is the very common one. The common one, for example, is the part of the plant, the phase of the plant growing, etc. But the specific one is, for example, according to the specific locations also, and according to the specific practical that applied by the farmer. I would like to ask you, because the content of this Rice Doctor, if discussed, maybe it will take half day. So please showing us where is the specific one and not the very common one, please. Thank you.
Lau, did you get the question?
Yeah, I'll try to answer that. So basically, let me just want to clarify it. We're asking about Rice Knowledge Bank, right?
Prof.
And
Yunus,
not the Rice Doctor.
Rice Knowledge Bank, right? We're discussing about Rice Knowledge Bank. It's not Rice Doctor yet. It's Rice Knowledge Bank.
I guess, yeah, so let me just share my screen again, probably showing the actual site of the Rice Knowledge Bank. So we can go further to the content. Yeah, so I hope you can see my screen. So I think the question is, how can we find a specific content, right?
Yes,
Related
specific related to your situation, right? Related to your situation here in Indonesia. Related to their situation here in Indonesia, Lau.
Yeah. So it should be covered under the country specific content. So as I showed earlier, so we have this
if you
section or portal
Look
for the
Indonesia.
Rice Knowledge
You will
Indonesia,
find their
wherein
information. They're
we
actually specific for
compiled.
Indonesia. So it's just
Yeah,
loading.
so we compiled here videos or any agronomy guides that can be used specifically for Indonesia. And I think one of the challenge that we have here is the partnership that we have with our respective country partners. So at the moment, we have this Indonesia Center for Agricultural Library and Technology Dissemination as our partner. So they are the one who is our counterpart who should be responsible for collecting and managing any specific content for Indonesia. Yeah. And we are totally working as an independent site and a body. So we are just sharing contents or linkages. But in terms of providing the specific content, then it should be our partner who should be managing those information.
Prof. Yunus? Is it okay? Yeah. Thank you, Lau. Any more questions? Yes, sir.
Well, thank you. I try to open this the website. First, on the step-by-step production, I saw that the content of this page is contain only the information how to select the rice varieties, how to develop crop calendars, and so on. What comes to my mind before I'm opening this? Frankly, this is the first time for me to visit this page. So what I am expecting, if I am as a farmer, is, for example, in pre-planting, there will be a screen asking what kind of, what type of your area, what type of soil, of what type of climate, and so on. And then I expect something comes out to tell me, okay, if your data is like this, then you have to choose this variety, for example. That's what I'm expecting from this website. Not just the information, because information like this, we can access it anyway. Okay. Maybe you will show us more sophisticated application after this. Thank you.
Right. Yeah. Thank you for that. I appreciate that question. So RKB started as a repository of information for rice production, and basically we haven't. It is not yet developed on a type that it works like a decision support tools. No, I think that's where you're looking for right now. So it doesn't work like a rice crop manager or any decision support tools. So at the moment, it lives up to what it is called right now, a rice knowledge bank for rice production. And hopefully in the future, probably that will be a great idea for its improvement and development. So yeah.
Okay, thank you so much, Lau. Maybe one last question. Yes, sir.
Thank you very much for this opportunity. If I open the step-by-step production, pre-planting, and we go on crop calendar, it looks like just general information related to the crop calendar. It is challenging if you create this knowledge in Indonesia. We have crop calendar is related to the location. So just the farmer can choose when the area, and then they get acknowledged when they should try planting first until 2 weeks or 1 month, and then they can get the growth duration diagram related to the calendar as well. So it's look like a live calendar. In Indonesia, we have a Katam crop calendar. So it's probably if we build this knowledge in Indonesia, we associate with the Katam in Indonesia. It could be good, but for this, I think it's necessary, Pak Daniel, that is just we can get it anywhere in related sources. We can get how many days they can planting, but if we farmer need when they should planting, and then when they should harvesting the rice. This is my suggestion probably, and then challenging building digital knowledge for rice in Indonesia. Thank you.
Yeah. Yep. Thank you for that.
Thank you so much, sir.
Comments?
Now, Ma'am Donna would like to also comment.
Thank you for those interesting comments and questions that you have posed to Lau. The basic intention of RKB before was, as Laura had said, to become a generic repository of the knowledge across different countries. It wasn't designed to become a decision support tool that would help farmers make that critical decision on when to plant and what variety to plant. It's like a reference material for extension staff to get to know about the basic recommendations or practices related to rice production in countries. Actually, RKB needs a lot of updating across different countries. And Indonesia is lagging behind in updating the information that is available on RKB. So our challenge now is how do we make RKB become more useful to our researchers, to our stakeholders, to our extension staff, to our farmers. That needs a lot of help. That needs a lot of investment. I am not really sure because ICRR was before our partner in putting up all this information on the Indonesian RKB. But that has stopped. And that needs updating. There are lots of developments we know in Indonesia. Definitely there are a lot of information, a lot of changes have happened, and those need to be shared. For those decision support tools, what's happening in the RKB is that it becomes also a site where you can access those decision support tools. This RKB could host the links where you can access the tools. For example, WeRise, it has a link on RKB, for example, or Rice Doctor, or RCM. It has links there that would lead you to those decision support tools if you are interested to seek some information and allow these apps to help you make that critical decision. Okay? So, because if we put all those information on RKB, it becomes really, really heavy. It becomes really, really intensive, and management of that platform will become very difficult. So I hope you understand that case, and I think I'll make this call now to all of you as partners and open that door for an opportunity for us to collaborate. How do we update that information for Indonesia so that it becomes useful for all of us? Okay? So maybe this is one thing that we could probably discuss again during the last day of our training. Okay. So it could also open for new collaborations. Why not? Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ma'am Donna. And I think in addition to that, as you are also thinking about your projects and your re-entry plans, actually this is one of the platforms or one of the avenues where you could actually look into. You've mentioned that you have a lot of application, like what Sir mentioned, you have a cropping calendar that is available online that actually generates what the farmer needs. As Ma'am Donna mentioned, you could actually link that into the Indonesian Rice Knowledge Bank. But how? The question is, how are you going to be doing this as extension workers, as researchers, as professors? So maybe one of the groups can actually work on this as one of your projects or your re-entry projects for this session.
May I add some information concerning the Indonesian Rice Knowledge Bank? I think for Indonesia we call it Bank Padi. And I know you cannot really access the Indonesian Rice Knowledge Bank as whatever said that it should be responsible of government of Indonesia. In this case particularly is Pustaka. You know Pustaka. Pustaka used to be under Indonesian Agriculture Agency, Badan Litbang Pertanian, Agency for Agriculture Research and Development. As you know that Pustaka then or IRD is becoming no more. Because the institution, the researchers, including myself, moved to BRIN. Some of them stay still under the Ministry of Agriculture, but most of the researchers moved to BRIN. It seems to me that all the link is somehow having problem because I think there was attack to the Ministry of Agriculture website. Yeah, so all of, including the presidency, was hacked by, we don't know, but I think that's also the problem with this. Now, the second challenge that Donna mentioned was, how do we improve this? I think this is also one of my fault because I used to be the director of IC4, Indonesian Center for Food Crop. We give this to Pustaka, still under IRD. I think it is better to put it under ICRR because the researchers are in the ICRR, but this is given to the Pustaka or agriculture library who do not have information concerning that. So that's why I agree with you, Donna, that our Rice Knowledge Bank is lag behind because I understand that during that discussion, I think we decided to give it to agriculture library, but it is still under IRD. In my opinion, we made mistake. It should be under ICRR because the people who do research and update the knowledge is under ICRR. So, I mean, that is additional explanation maybe why you cannot access the Rice Knowledge Bank. Thank you.
Yeah, I think that's a good strategy to put that to the lead, under the lead research institution. For example, in the Philippines, the Pinoy RKB is always updated because this is managed by the Philippine Rice Research Institute. So, yes, I think that's something that needs to be further discussed.
Thank you so much, Dr. Hasil and Ma'am Donna. So maybe we could proceed to the rice doctor now.
Thank you. Let me just share my screen. Actually, I just want to comment with regards to the inputs of Dr. Azil earlier. So good thing you mentioned that. Basically, that answers the question on we are contacting Indonesia, our partner in Indonesia before, but we haven't get any updates on their updating on the country RKB Indonesia updating. Thank you for that, Dr. Hasil. Okay, so I hope you can see my screen. Annalyn, can I start now?
Yes, Laro, go ahead, please.
Thank you. Yeah, so normally during my presentation with Rice Doctor, I normally ask the audience um, if they regarding how they diagnose their problems in the field with their own experience and knowledge. No? So we have a basic problem here that we read. June went to his rice field and he noticed that there is a marginal distribution of yellow-red plants. So if you're the technician or extension worker or the expert in the field, so I would ask you, how are you going to diagnose that without any help or any tools? So any volunteer from the audience give some idea or share their experience on how they are going to strategize in diagnosing the problems in the fields that we have here.
Anyone?
Anyone? Any expert?
So the question is, if you have a problem in your rice field, how are you going to diagnose your problem?
So we have here the scenario. June went to his rice field and he noticed distribution of yellow-red plants. So the question is, what pest could have caused this? Give some points to prevent the outbreak on
During
the next
the
season.
next season. So anyone, how are you going to approach this when you have this problem in your field? Anyone, please. You can use the microphone. Yeah, there's no wrong and right answer here. So
Yes.
please,
Just share your experience.
just
or-
share
or
your
thoughts on
answer,
this.
your experiences. Translate. Can we have help in translation? Sir Amir, you can use the microphone. Please translate the answer.
Oh ya ya. Yang pertama itu dia semprot dengan pestisida. Pestisida dulu, Prof. Nah, kalau penyebabnya itu kadang petani dengan melakukan memberi pupuk di mana warna merah itu padi itu berwarna merah, di situ ada pupuk, akhirnya dia hijau. Jadi biasa itu adalah karena tanah. Akibat karena hara di dalam tanah kekurangan nitrogen, karena yang mengakibatkan itu adalah cara pelemparannya dalam aplikasi pemupukan. Kan petani melempar itu bagaimana menghabiskan cepat itu di ember. Bukan dia rata lemparannya atau tidak. Ya, itu yang yang menyebabkan sehingga padi itu bergelombang. Ketinggiannya berbeda-beda, tidak rata. Meskipun dia benihnya breeder seed, benih pokok, benih sebar, pokoknya sama.
Satu anunya Pak Amir, jadi gejala yang ditunjukkan ini pengalaman bahwa dia ke sawah, kemudian dia melihat ada beberapa batang padi yang daunnya merah. Apa yang dilakukan petani?
Kalau yang dia temukan begitu, biasanya petani dia melakukan dulu membandingkan dengan tetangga sawahnya.
Oke.
tetangga sawahnya. Kalau misalnya terjadi juga sama mereka tetangga sawah petani, maka dia akan berpikir bahwa ini adalah hama. Jadi mengambil kesimpulan itu. Tapi kalau sawahnya sendiri, berarti dia mengkoreksi dirinya, Prof.
Iya.
Biasanya dia mengkoreksi, dia bawa ke hal yang spiritual. Bahwa perbuatan apa saya. Dan saya memang beritahu petani bahwa satu-satunya komoditas di dunia yang banyak pemalinya, pemali itu Rasul bilang, yang tidak boleh dilakukan, itu adalah padi. Makanya sangat sakral itu kalau di Sulsel, bukan di Jawa ya, di Sulsel, itu sangat sakral dengan tanaman padi. Jadi ini tadi juga saya kembali lagi Prof. Ini waktu tanam pernah saya protes di PB. Bapak membuat kalender tanam berdasarkan data stasiun pada satu tempat. Tidak.
Jangan dulu melebar, yang ini saja
melebar.
dulu.
Iya Prof.
Okay. Based on his experience that if suddenly a farmer went to observe his fields and then they found that some of the rice become red or yellow, and then the farmer will compare with the plantation surrounding him. If he found it that it's really same, and the conclusion is the rice infected by disease or pest. But if it's not really similar to the other, and they will saying that something wrong with his field, and usually they will put the fertilizer again, because maybe less fertilizer. Or secondly, if they put already fertilizer and still happen there, and then we'll say that they will correct themselves, maybe something wrong from their character or habit. Yeah.
Okay, thank you for that. Now?
Thank you for sharing. Yeah, thank you. So I think that shows the experience of our volunteer, sharing experience also, getting experience from his co-farmer, I guess. So proceeding. So by the way, so we'll see later on how we can probably help our farmer also in diagnosing, aside from their own experience, and let's see how our tools here can help them diagnose their problems in the field. So we have this, on average, farmer losses 5 to 15% of the rice yield due to pests and diseases. So 5 to 15%, I guess, I think is probably a significant loss. And this also doesn't include yet other losses coming from harvesting, storage. So I guess this will greatly affect the yield of our farmers. And so we need to address this by accurate and timely diagnosis to reduce that crop losses. Here comes our tool, the Rice Doctor, which supports and help our partners, also our extension workers, in providing three information. The first one is direct access to information of 88 crop problems. Then the next information that it provides are the management and prevention options. And lastly, it aids us in diagnosing crop problems. So we'll look at that one by one. But before that, I hope you already installed Rice Doctor on your mobile phones, so you can download that on Google Play Store or Apple App Store. And let me just request Annalyn to play the video on about the introductions on how to use Rice Doctor. Annalyn, can you play that? I hope there's audio on your end because
No!
I wasn't
My
able to hear
crops!
it.
What happened to
There you
them?
go.
What should I do? Oh no! My crops! What happened to them? What should I do? Farmerica, what's the problem? My crops! I think they're suffering from something, but I don't know. What should I do?
Don't worry. I have a helpful tool that can help you diagnose your rice problems.
Really? What is it?
Rice Doctor. It's like a doctor giving diagnosis to her patient. The doctor asks questions that would help her easily identify the sickness of her patient. From the patient's answer, she will be able to give diagnosis and prescriptions on how to take care of the illness. In Rice Doctor, there are more than 80 recorded rice crop problems that your rice might be suffering from. A series of questions will be asked. Then, based on your answers, the list of rice crop problems will be filtered until you come up with a final diagnosis.
Ah, so it's like the process of elimination. But after the rice doctor gives the diagnosis, what will happen next? How would I know what to do with these crops?
Rice Doctor doesn't just give you diagnosis, it also provides prescriptions. There are available fact sheets that give you detailed descriptions about the problems of your rice crops. This includes how to manage them and what the causes are.
Ah, so that's how rice doctor works. But it seems complicated.
No, not at all. Here, let me show you. On your smartphone, open the Rice Doctor app. Then answer the following set of questions. Basing on your answers, the list of possible crop problems will be filtered until you come up with a final diagnosis.
Oh, that was easy. Now I know how to manage my crops. I also wish I have rice doctor in my mobile phone.
You can. The application can be downloaded for free at Google Play and App Store. You can also visit ricedoctor.erie.org.
Now I'm ready to become my own rice doctor.
What about you?
Hello?
Sorry. Yep. So thank you for that, and Annalene. So continuing, so basically we'll have this quick review on how to use the Rice Doctor. So basically, once you open the app, so it will shows you a questions, no, which relate to the problems that you have in your field or related to the symptoms that you observe in the field, and then you need to swipe the application for it to show you the possible answer or the most probable problem that you encountered in the field. So as mentioned earlier, going back to our slide, so we discussed first on Rice Doctor giving direct access to information of 88 crop problems. So if you open your Rice Doctor app and swipe the screen to the left, So all the 88 crop problems there will be listed. So it includes pests, diseases, deficiencies, toxicities, management problems in the field, and the other, I think, other additional management problems. And once you tap on those, so you will be able to access the fact sheets, which include information on why and where it occurs, how to identify, how to manage, and also providing additional information that links to the Rice Knowledge Bank that we discussed earlier. So there will be instances that the app will shows, I think, more than one or two answers, and which happens most of the time. But the thing that you have to do in order to somehow filter to arrive at the most probable cause is to open the fact sheets and review some of the informations that is in there, like why and where it occurs and how to identify in order to narrow down which problems is the most probable that occurs to your crops or to your field. So at the moment, we have 4 versions of the Rice Doctor. So we have the generic version, which is the English one. We also have the Tagalog version we use here in the Philippines. And we also have 2 languages version in India. We have the Odisha and the Assam version. So I think yeah, so as I requested earlier, Annalyn requested for you to download the generic version for our activities later on. So just to give you a quick explanation on how we do Rice Doctor in different versions. So we have this different 3 major activities. We have first the localization of the content, wherein we do workshops with our local scientists, researchers, and extension workers, all together with our partner farmers to translate and tailor fit the RD into a specific country. Like, let's say, for example, we have this. We've done this in the Philippines, in India. We also did evaluation, series of field trials with extension workers in order to check the accuracy and the ease of use of the Rice Doctor app. And lastly, we do promotions. We partner with our NARES and projects to promote the Rice Doctor app in different areas across the country. In terms of RD evaluation and usability testing, so basically we did this to have these 3 measures. First would be the measuring the effectiveness of the RD, or the app, which answers the question, is it able to deliver accurate diagnosis? Then second is, does it shorten the diagnostic process? Does it make it more complicated? And lastly, part of the evaluation also include the user satisfactions, which says what the user says or what their feedback on while using the application. So this is basically the methods that we use during the evaluations and research. So we have this visual inspections and diagnosis. Then we also have this material guided diagnosis. And lastly, with the use of our Rice Doctor app. So comparing these three methods. So as you can see here, this is part of the field evaluation trials that we did during the Philippines translation. Of course, we also did group discussions as part of getting more feedbacks from our groups. So during that evaluations, we gathered our initial observations, which includes AEWs are more into their comments are reorganizationing the questions, and also if it's possible to include more pictures, no? To aid in diagnosing the problems. Then second is the need to have continuous updating of the content of the Rice Doctor. And lastly, there is a need to make RD known, which is the aspect of RKB to be promoted throughout the country. Also include on that observation is it is important to have skills in visual identifications in aid of the app that we have, and hopefully there's features that include severity, and also part of the observation would be the capacity development or training our users, no, on how to use RD. And it also shows that during that evaluation, AEWs are open to using RD. So if they have this two available options, they have the access, and also if they are more familiar in using the Rice Doctor. So this shows the results trial in India, wherein majority of our respondents are willing to use the Rice Doctor. And also in terms of the satisfactions with the usage of Rice Doctor app, so majority of them says or give very good impressions on the app. So that's for the India evaluation. And for the Philippine evaluation, it also shows a positive result, wherein 70% of the user of the RD are satisfied, and also the willingness of the users to use the app are also distinguishable with the manual way of using manual way of doing the diagnosis of the problem. So here are the lessons that we had during that evaluation. So number one would be Rice Doctor is a complementary to experience and not a replacement for our extension or technicians. And then second would be technology-enabled interface are more prepared by our users. So they are more keen on using new technologies in aid for diagnosing crop problems. And lastly, timely updates and fine-tuning are important, obviously, for updating content in the Rice Doctor app. Yep, so question before we proceed with our exercise?
So any questions before we go to the exercises? Clarifications? Comment, yes.
Thank you. Could you open step-by-step production in pest and disease, please? Hello?
Sir, what do you want to do?
Sorry?
Rice doctor?
Yeah, rice doctor. Open about step-by-step production in pest and disease.
Okay. So the Rice Knowledge Bank.
Yeah, I think that's the step-by-step productions
Yes.
is under the
About
Rice Knowledge
pest
Bank.
and disease.
Okay.
Here, I look almost only step and step production for recommendation and forbidden. No specific how to solve the problem if farmer get problem for disease and pest. Uh, I think almost farmer understand about rice production, but problem for them about very poor about disease. And then this is in system. No, I think still poor information about how to solve the problem about disease and pest. Thank you. This is just comment and information.
Yes.
Sir, I think you're looking at the Rice Knowledge Bank. You have to look at the Rice Doctor app. So it's downloadable. It's different from the Rice Knowledge Bank. So this is just actually, now if I can answer, the one that you will be seeing in that particular site, that's the Rice Knowledge Bank. It is just a description of what Rice Doctor is all about. So in order for you to see how the Rice Doctor diagnoses and how you would be getting recommendations for the problem that will be identified towards the end, you have to look at that in the Rice Doctor application. Not that one. Yes, that one. So that's the Rice Doctor app. So for example, if you have a field, and then when you look at the field, if you have a problem, there are symptoms, right? So from these symptoms, there are actually checklists that you will see in the Rice Knowledge Bank that would allow you, by elimination process, towards the end to identify the most probable cause of the problem in your rice field. So at the end, there would be recommendations. Sometimes there would be 2 or 3 recommendations that would be appearing after you have inputted or after you have already identified all the symptoms. For you to determine further which is the most appropriate one, the recommendation is for you to actually open the descriptions of those recommended problems for you to be able to identify more specifically what your problem could be. So it's actually a step-by-step process. Yes, sir.
Thank you very much. This is actually like a diagnosis of the rice condition, and it looks like if we already databases and then the selection of the keywords, it's similar with the some search engine they already put in the internet. For example, ChatGPT. For example, the first example when they put in ChatGPT problems with the yellow-red leaves, they give us a 6 probability of the solution. Then after that, if we can select the 6 of them, and then we can say probably water-related issues, nutrient deficiencies, diseases, pests, environmental stress, mineral toxicity. If we make sure that they're related to the diseases, and then the next question could be symptoms of the pest as well, or disease as well. So my question is it the rice doctor collaborated with the artificial intelligence with the other search engines, or just programs, build it in the independently, not related to the artificial intelligence in Google engines or some other search engines. Thank you.
Lau?
Yep. Thank you for that question. So basically, the Rice Doctor app works independently using its own algorithm, but since it is somehow also interrelated with the Rice Knowledge Bank, so since Rice Knowledge Bank is an open access or can be accessed to by the public, or even by the AI technologies, the Google search engine. Somehow, if you search it in Google or in AI like ChatGPT, that will also shows the information coming from the Rice Knowledge Bank and the Rice Doctor. So it has this standalone application, which is being maintained and work in collaboration with our expert here at ERI. No, somehow those new technologies, harvest those informations from our sources, from our managed information. Yeah. I hope that answers your question.
Okay, thank you, Lau. So
Yep.
maybe
Do we still have-
this would be more clearer to you after we do a short exercise, because you would able to be seeing for yourselves how the application works, because you will be doing a little bit of diagnosis using the Rice Doctor application. So for that, I'll be requesting everyone to actually go into your groups as flashed on the screen earlier. I think we have also sent that in your WhatsApp application in your cell phones. So if you could check that, you will see there your groupings. Can we again flash the groupings? Group 1 to 5. No, not this one. The other one. The group, the PowerPoint. This one. Yes, the one with the grouping. Yes, that one. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yes, that one. Again, guys, come on, please stand up a bit so you would also be able to stretch, because you need to go to your group mates. This is group 1. Please find your group mates. These are the members of group 1, so you have 7 members. Prof. Yunus is raising his hand, so please join Prof. Yunus for group 1. That would be group 1. If you could, members of group 1, if you could take a screenshot of this, because we need to go to members of group 2. Group 2, please. This is group 2. Who's, okay, Sir Daniel. Sir Daniel is raising his hand. Right, sir? So if group 2 could come over to this side, please. Guys, come on, please. Stretch a bit. Please walk. Group 2 in this side with Prof. Daniel. The next one is group 1 with Prof. Yunus. Group 3. This is group 3. Sir Yasir over here. So group 3, please come here. Or since group 2 and group 1 is there, maybe you could transfer there. Yep. 4? You're group 4? Oh, this is group 4. Again, group 1. Group 1, Prof. Yunus. Sir Daniel, group 2. And then Sir Yasir, group 3. This is group 4. 4 here. Can you flash group 5, please? Group 5. Where's group 5? Group 5 there? Group 5. Group 5 in the middle. And then group 6. Maybe at the back there. Okay? Again, so let me repeat. That's group 1. This is group 2. Group 3, where did group 3 transfer to? Where's group 3? They're gone. Where's group 3? Is this group 3? Group 3? So group 3 is here in front. Group 4. Then group 5 over there and group 6. Okay? Lauro?
Yep. Are they ready?
Are you ready? So you have to have your cell phones with you. One cell phone and one laptop open. Six na lang kasi anim lang ang group six. Yan, tama. Okay? Whenever you are ready, please tell me so we can start. So this is actually a game. You have a prize. If you win this game, we will give you a prize. Group 3 is gone again. Where is Group 3? Group 3, come on. You're always going everywhere. Can you flash Group 3? Yeah, Sir Yasi, Sir Amir. Sir, where is Group 3? Group 3? Only 2? Where are the others? So, Muhammad, Daruna, Shamsia, Akmal, Sir Amir, Muhammad. Where's Group 3? Where are the members of Group 3? So again, that is Group 1. This is Group 2. Group 3. Only 2. Maybe the others are in the comfort room. Group 4. And then we have Group 5 over there. And then Group 6. Okay? Remember, this is a game. Okay? So the faster you give me the answers, the better. Okay? What about Group 3? Shall we wait for the members of Group 3? 3. Okay. You already have 3 members. Is it okay? Can we start? Yes?
Okay.
Before we start, please have your phones with you and open the Rice Doctor app. Lauro?
Okay. Yes. So thank you, Annalyn, for organizing that. So can someone share my shared screen? Or is it not shared yet? Sorry. Okay. So what I'm sharing to you now is a sample.
Lauro, it's not shared.
A warm-up. Okay, sorry. But it says here that it's already shared. Let me reshare. Okay, sorry. Okay, how about now? Can you see my screen?
Yes. Okay, guys, this
thank
is
you.
it.
Yeah, so this one is a warm-up.
Oh, so this is just practice.
Scenario.
Okay,
Practice.
that's a practice.
So consider this as your practice. So let me read on the problem number 1. Okay, so June went to his rice field and he noticed that there is a marginal distribution of yellow-red plants. So the question is, what pest could have caused this? Give some points from the rice doctor fact sheets to prevent outbreak during the next season. So the question is, how are we going to do that in the rice doctor? So let me share this slide. So step 1, we need to answer this question, this first question that you will see in your Rice Doctor app once you open it. So the question is, how are the symptoms in the field distributed? So as you can see there, there's a drop-down icon, or you can tap that question, and it will show you options. Options based on the observations or based on the clue that we have on the problem. So if it says marginal, this distribution is marginal, we'll select or tap marginal based on the problem that we have. Okay? And then there will still be additional questions, on top of that. For for the diagnosis to provide us the more accurate answer. No? And going to the next question would be, what plants or crop symptoms did you observe? So normally, you can scroll up, no, to see this next question. No? If in case you didn't see it in the window in the screen, no, you have to scroll up to see the next question. So the next question is, what plants or crop symptoms did you observe? According to our problem in the scenario that I showed earlier, it is all about the color of the plant. So we'll tap again that. We'll tap the check. So you can see that it is selected. If you see the check icon here is colored or filled. So that's the step 3. Step 4, another question, no, to narrow down the problem. The next question is, what abnormal color did you observe on the plant? So based on our problem, it is yellow-red. Okay, so we select, we tap on that. We select yellow-red. Then the next one is, next step is you swipe your screen. No, you swipe your screen to the left. No, and that will shows the final result or your problem, which is the cause of that problem is the defoliators, or specifically the rice strips. No? Okay, I hope you follow that example.
Did everyone
Okay.
follow the example? Did you get the final answer? Who got it? Which group? Group 4 got it? And group 3 also got it. What about group 1, 2, and 6, and 5? You did not get it? So we have winners already for the practice.
Okay.
Okay, now for you to see the recommendations for that, what are the possible solutions, you swipe left. Swipe your screen towards the left.
Yeah. And this list or this item is still clickable, or you can still tap on that to view the fact sheets.
Yeah. Right?
Which tells
Loud swipe
information
left,
about-
right?
Yes.
Swipe left.
Swipe to left.
To view the fact sheets, you swipe left. So like this, you swipe left.
And to access
And
the
then
information about that problem, you just tap it. You select it. No?
Yeah, it appeared on her phone, but it's not appearing on his phone. It appeared on her phone. Maybe there's... Yeah. No.
Finally, you should be able to see this. Yeah, tap it. Yes. That's so that gives you the details,
Yeah.
the characteristic of the insect, and then you can have the management option.
No. You go back. How are the symptoms distributed? You have to go back to the question. Lau, can you go back to the
Yes.
question, please?
Yep. This one.
The first question, the main problem, the one that we need
Okay,
to solve.
sorry.
Okay. So going back to the scenario 1, so for those of you who were not able to get the correct answer, let me just go briefly again through the steps, okay? So first, you have to understand what the problem is all about, okay? Remember the details in the scenario because this is important as you answer the questions in the Rice Doctor, okay? So for example, this scenario says, June went to his rice field and he noticed that there is a marginal distribution of yellow-red plants. So according to the scenario, for example, it's me who went to the field. Oh, my field has marginal distribution of yellow-red plants. So what will I do? Shall I go to my farm, to my neighbor, and check if they have the same problem? No, because I already have the app, right? I have the app in handy. So for me to do that, I will open the Rice Doctor app. Lau, the first question, please. And then answer the first question. So how are the symptoms distributed in the field? To see the selection, you have to click the chevron button. Do you have a pointer? Pointer? No, the pointer for... That one, the chevron button pointing to the bottom. So click that. When you click that, you will see the different description. So according to the scenario, I think it's a marginal distribution of yellow-red in the field. So when you click marginal, okay, when you click that, that would put, if you look at the bottom, see, when you click marginal, look at the bottom of your phone. You will see here that there are most probably 80 disorders that were discarded and only 8 remaining possible causes of your problem in the field. So it works by elimination process. So the next step, Lau. Okay. So the next step, this will ask you, what type of symptoms are you seeing? So when you go back to the scenario, I think it's about the color of the plant, right? Aside from the marginal thing that you saw, you also saw something related to the color. So you can check the color of the plant. And then at the bottom again, you will see here, you have again discarded 6 more possible problems, and there are only 2 remaining problems. Okay? And then next question, you have a step 4. You again answer the next question. So you said color. So what type of color did you observe in the field? So you check, I think it's yellow-red, right? Guys, yellow-red, do you remember? Yes? Yes? Yes, okay, so yellow-red. So when you tick yellow-red, what will happen? This will now bring you to the final page, which is already your disorder, okay? So you should be able to see this. So did everyone get it now? Yes? Did all the groups get this now? What step? So you got it.
Okay.
What is the growth phase of the crop? Oh, can you go back? Exit, yes. I know, sorry. Can you go back to the up? Wait, just reset it.
Annalene?
Yes, Lau. Some are
We have-
directed to the step where they need to type in the growth stages of the plant. Marginal. Okay. Color, yes. And then yellow, red. Okay. No, don't do that. So yellow, red, 1 entity restored, 2 remaining. So yellow, red, result, identification complete. Okay. So that means you already have, so you swipe left. Swipe left. And then you have to click. There are certain scenarios where you would be given pest problems, some disease, some management practices, some deficiencies. So it's not just about pests and diseases. But you can also see there problems related to crop management practices, not just limited to pests and diseases. Okay?
Annalyn?
So did everyone get it now? So after you answer the fourth question, you will see a prompt there that you already have an answer. Okay? When you see that, please do not continue answering the other questions because you already found your answer. So when you see that prompt, all you need to do is you swipe left. Okay? After you swipe left, you click on the answer. And that will give you the description. Okay? Okay? Okay. So now you're good to go for the game. Okay? So question number 1 now.
Okay, so for this is the start of the scoring.
Oh, this is your
For
first
the-
question. Official question.
Very official, yeah. Official question that you need to solve.
Guys,
Anyone
eyes
wants
on
to
the
read?
board. Okay? This is okay, so this is a game. So the fastest team that could give me the answer wins a prize. Okay?
So let me read on the scenario problem one that we have. Eddie visited this rice field during its heading, booting stage. While observing, he found out that several crops are yellowish and the stem sheets are brownish. That shows randomly as a single plants in the field. So the question is, what pest could have caused this? And give some points from the rice doctor fact sheet to prevent the outbreak on the next season.
Okay? So you have 2 minutes to answer this question. First, to give me the answer after 2 minutes wins. Lau, can you help me time 2 minutes?
Yep. Yep.
Please tell us if it's time's up. Because my
Okay.
watch is not digital.
Okay.
Again, guys, 2 minutes to answer this question. So Eddie visited his rice field during its heading booting stage. While observing,
Just 1 minute.
he found out that several crops are yellowish and the stems, sheets are brownish. That shows randomly as single plants in the field. So the question is, what pests could have caused this? And please give me some points from the Rice Doctor fact sheet to prevent the outbreak on the next season.
So we may be looking here for 3 answers.
So that's the clue.
Which will be fine.
There are 3 possible answers for this scenario according to Laro.
So your final diagnosis can have 3 answers, 3 lists or 3
So
items.
if that means you're not yet finished. So you need to answer still. Answer more. Back. You have to go back. You have to answer more. Until you trim it down to the minimum possible answers. Yeah, yes. Until you trim it down. So again, remember, this is an elimination process. So if you still have many choices, you have to answer more questions until you get to maybe the last 2 or 3 or 1 probable cause for your problem. Lauro, how many more minutes or seconds?
Actually, it's already times. it's already
Okay,
time's
so I'll
up.
give you 30 seconds more. Is it difficult? Can I see? They're yellowish and brownish. Oh, you can do this. Like, for example, yellow. And then, what is the growth phase of the plant? So I think it's heading, booting stage. So that is, I think, the reproductive phase, right? So you only have there. So you swipe left. You still have many. So you go back again. And then you answer yellow. Yeah, single plants. So single plants. What plant or crop symptoms did you observe? Color. Color. And then you have brownish and yellowish. What's the answer?
Anyone?
Ma'am, I did not hear. What's the answer? RBB? Now, can you show the answer?
So the answer that I'm looking for is 3. It can be plant hopper, bacane, and red stripe. If anyone wasn't able to get the right answer, Annalyn, can we play the another video on how to
Allow.
use?
One group
Yes.
got bacane, leaf spot, brown leaf spot, and sheet rot.
Sorry. So it only got one correct answer, which is the bacane. I think for I guess for the benefits of everyone, let's play Annalyn the video, the short clip on how to use the Rice Doctor. Is it possible?
Yeah.
Just a
Or
quick,
maybe you can just
run
show
of that.
them how this question should be answered. Step by step. If you could just give us a step-by-step description on how we can answer this, beginning from the first question now.
Yes, actually, it will be difficult for me because I won't be able to share the application on the screen.
It's okay.
But, I think,
They have their cell phones open so they can follow you.
okay. So let me try that, okay?
Okay, so guys, listen. Lauro will show you how to answer this particular scenario. So for the first question, Lau, what will they check?
So the first one is, of course, it's the question is about the distribution in the field, right?
Yes.
So you have to select randomly as a single.
Okay, so
Wait,
everyone, can you
I'm
do
still
that? For
opening.
the first question, should be what? Random single plant. Right, Lau?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, right.
Random single plant. Next question.
Then the next question would be, wait, I'm opening my app as well. What plant or crop symptoms did you observe? Well, that will be the color, right?
Color. Okay. The next is color. Next.
But Annalyn, just to clarify to everyone, I think their app should be reset, no? Which means starting from the first questions, no?
Yes.
Because there might be users that still on the, no, still have some answered questions, so that might cause a problem. So
Okay.
I suggest
So
that
you need
everyone
they need to refresh.
start. Yes,
Refresh
they need
first.
to refresh.
Everyone, please refresh your app. And then answer the first two questions. The
Yeah.
first one is random single.
Random single plant.
The next one is color.
Yep.
The
color
third
of the
one
plant,
is, what's the third one?
which is the growth pace. Is it
Growth phase. Is it, what is the next question?
or the color?
The
what
color.
color did you observe
What color?
of the whole plant?
Yes.
Is it which is yellowish, right?
Yellowish. Okay.
Yellowish,
Next question.
yellow,
Yellow.
and then what is the growth phase?
What is the
it
growth phase?
question?
Yes.
We have reproductive,
Reproductive.
Right.
Yes, Yicheng.
then we have in there
So
booting and heading
booting
stage.
stage is what? Part of reproductive, right?
Reproductive.
Reproductive. So the next one is reproductive. Next question.
Okay. What part of the plants were affected?
What
at
parts were
reproductive?
affected?
Then you have there stems and sheath, right?
Stems and sheath.
Okay.
Okay.
Then what symptoms did you observe on the stems or sheath?
What symptoms did you observe?
Then we have there that brownish
Brownish,
or
right?
necrotic,
Brownish or
necrotic color.
necrotic color.
Then you should have that answer.
And then you should be able to get the three answers. So the answer is Bacane, plant hopper, and red stripe. Is that correct, Lau?
Yes.
Okay, that's correct.
Okay, so we'll consider that as another warm-up.
So did you get that? Okay, you got it. Who else got it? Everyone got it correctly? All the groups? Okay, so no point for this round.
So that will be considered as another warm-up.
Okay, so since
Problem.
we
Question.
guided you how to answer, no point. So another question.
We still have another question.
Yeah,
Anyone
you
ready?
can get one,
But-
2, or 3. Yeah. And then to determine the exact one, you have to read. You have to click on each of them. And then you have to analyze which one is the most related to your problem. Okay? So then you need your expertise. Okay? So now this is the final question. So if any of the group gets this, you win. Okay? Okay?
Okay.
Because the other one, no point again. That again a practice. Okay? So last question. Lau?
Yeah. So before we proceed, let's just make sure that everyone refresh their
Please
app.
refresh your apps.
You can find that
refresh.
refresh button. Yeah, there's a refresh button on the upper right corner.
Upper right?
Yep.
Upper right corner, there's a refresh button.
Or reset.
Okay? Okay, are we ready? Ready? Yes? You sound tired, yes? Okay, that's it. Lau?
Yeah. Okay, for the final question, so there should be no guessing, no? The group should explain how they get the answer. Okay, this is the final question. Okay. Janet visited her uncle's field.
Now it's
and
not
when
flashing. Wait,
Sorry. Is
it's
it?
not shared.
Okay, sorry. Let me share my screen again. There.
Okay, there. Can you put that into full screen? Okay, there. So this is the final question. Whoever wins this round, okay?
So Janet visited her uncle's field, and when she inspected the crop closely, there's a retailing of cut stems. Observing more, she noticed that the symptoms to be circular. So
What
we'll
do
ask
you
you
think
again.
may have caused this? Oh,
Give
who was
some points.
first? I think this
So
group.
no guessing.
Lauro, we
Please,
already have answers. What's the answer? What's the answer, Lau?
So the answer is supposed to be. Can you give me the answer that?
Yeah, I'll
you
give you
got
first. Rats? What's your answer? Rats? 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 What about group 1? Black bag. Group 5? Black bag. So group 1 and group 5, they answered black bag. And the other groups, they answered rats.
Yeah. So the correct answer we are looking for is rats.
Rats. Okay, so that means group 4 wins.
Annalyn, we have one more one more question.
One more?
Is that okay if we give another a chance? One more question.
Do you
Will
want
that be
more,
okay?
guys? You want one more question?
One more question.
Yes? Okay, so one last question. But 1
Last
point for group
question.
4.
Okay, ready?
You're so fast, huh? Refresh your app. Don't forget, refresh.
Refresh your app.
Okay, scenario
It
4.
won't,
So Kamari has observed that there are random groups of plants with abnormal, reduced tillering in the field. Moreover, during that reproductive phase of the crop, the roots experience discoloration. So what is the crop problem if the symptoms persist during the flowering stage? Give some points from the Rice Doctor fact sheet to prevent the outbreak during the next season. So if you already have the answer, please raise your hand. The internet is slow. Group 3? So you already have an answer. Group 3, what's your answer? Let me see. Don't announce it first. Let me see. Okay. Okay, okay. So that's your final answer. Okay. Which one? Group 6? What's your answer? Aluminum. Toxicity for group 6. You? To discuss. So what is your answer? Can you write your answers in pieces of paper, please? Aluminum toxicity. Write your final answer in a piece of paper. Group 2, what's your answer? Write it on a piece of paper. Yeah, write it on a piece of paper. Okay, the first one who raised their hand is group 3, and then group 6, and then group 4, and then group 2. What about 5 and 1? What's your answer? Yes, sir. Yeah. Iron toxicity for group 5. So you're the 5th group. Group 1? You can do it, group 1. Group 1, are you done? Maybe 30 seconds more? Okay? Group 1, you're done? Done? Okay, Lauro, we have answers here. Group 3 was the first one. What's your answer, Group 3? Iron toxicity for Group 3. Group 6, what's your answer again? Previously, it was aluminum toxicity. What happened? So you changed your mind. It's now iron toxicity. Okay. Aluminum. So group 4 is aluminum toxicity. Iron, iron, iron also. What about you guys? Group 5. Iron toxicity. Group 1. Iron toxicity. Okay, Lau? Did we get the correct answer?
The final answer is iron toxicity.
Yay! So I have 2 winners for this session, Group 3 and Group 4. Right? It's correct, right? 3 and 4. Okay, so we'll give your prize at the end of the course. Congratulations, everyone. I hope you enjoyed and learned from that session. Thank you so much, Lau.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you for listening and hope you learned something. Thank you.
Thank you. So Lau is connecting from the Philippines. Guys, please stay where you are because our next activity would actually require you to be with your group mates. So please stay where you are. Okay, so this next session is actually now your chance to talk among yourselves and discuss further your key learnings from today's session, okay? And then tomorrow, there would be 2 groups who will be assigned to present or report back on your key learnings from today's lectures, okay? And then there would be 2 questions, 2 additional questions. What went well? And what do you think needs to be improved on our lecture for today, session for today? So you can comment on anything, on the food, on the arrangement, on the facilitation, on our resource persons, on the topics. So you can give your comments in any of those, okay? So your key learnings, then what went well, and what do you think needs to be improved, okay? Now, to know who will be presenting tomorrow, we will draw lots. So I prepared actually a wheel of fortune for everyone. Okay? So for tomorrow, there will be 2 groups who will be presenting. And the next group will be, so this is for tomorrow, okay? So guys, eyes on the board. This is very random. So congratulations to group number 3. So you will be the first one to give your key learning and your opinion on what went well and what do you think needs to be improved. So this is for tomorrow morning. Para same. So the next one is Group 1. So again, guys, remember, so we have a winner. Group 1 and Group 3 will present tomorrow your key learnings, what you think went well, and what do you think needs to be improved in our session for today. Okay? So let's also draw the group that will be doing their session on Wednesday and then on Thursday. Okay? So for Wednesday, it's Group 5. Congratulations, Group 5. So Group 5 will be with
Group 5 again. No, no, let's draw again. Wait, wait. So it's really group 5. So group 5 will present with group So it's just really 5. Wait, let me remove this. Okay. Group. No, I think they will be presenting tomorrow already. So group 2, okay? So group 5 and group 2 will be Wednesday. And then on our last day, it will be group 4 and group 6 on Thursday, okay? Please remember that. Group 6 and group 4 on Thursday. Group 1 and 3 tomorrow. And group 6 and group 2 on Wednesday. Guys, this is not yet good. You cannot go home yet because we have a fellowship dinner tonight. And remember, you need to introduce the owner of the paper that you got this morning in tonight's fellowship dinner, okay? For the other participants who will not be presenting tomorrow, please sit down for a while and also just discuss among yourselves what you think were your key learnings and what do you think went well and what do you think needs to be improved in our session for today, okay? So as soon as you finish, you can go back to your rooms and rest for a bit. We will be coming back here for our fellowship dinner at 7:30? What time? Wait, sir. 7:30? 7:30. So you can we'll start with dinner downstairs at 7:30. And then afterwards, we'll come back up here for our short fellowship activity. So we'll have a bit of a socials here from 8 to 9 this evening, okay? So we hope to see you all this evening. But please discuss first among yourselves, okay? So congratulations everyone for completing our day 1. And we look forward to seeing you again tomorrow, refreshed and excited for our sessions, okay? So see you guys later and enjoy your discussions.
Recording stopped.
Jadi Bapak Ibu Tabe untuk kegiatan hari ini selanjutnya itu dinner, makan malam di bawah di lantai 1 restoran. Kemudian jam 7.30 kembali kumpul di tempat ini. Karena ada acara fellowship untuk acara kenal-kenalan begitu. Dan tetap diwajibkan untuk datang. Terima kasih. Oh, the pre-course. Dan bagi Bapak Ibu yang belum menjawab dan mengisi pre-course assessment yang ada di grup, tolong diisi malam ini terakhir deadline-nya. Bagi yang namanya disebut di grup. Ada di grup WhatsApp. Terima kasih.
I hope that's clear, everyone.
Fakultas Pertanian Universitas
Universitas Hasanuddin dipimpin oleh dekan. Dekan dibantu oleh 3 wakil dekan yang bertanggung jawab terhadap dekan.
Sejak didirikan pada 17 Agustus